Terminix La Horquetta Them for the clothes them never clean. And me now live 17. But now me clothes them never clean. Can me get the links and man you see me a say, all of this coming like it's a dream. 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 She don't care what you need them all. This is like everywhere you go, that's where the sunshine. I want to penetrate your mind with some strong rhyme. I entertain a talk with the right line. Baby, but you can go to make your mind. I can't take a nap until you need design. You want your body, but it's like a new design. Hear me one more time. So because of it, you guys them got me hurting. It's just to find the right shape. But not a when, months upon months of searching, still can't find the right name. So because of it, you got to look when you find the learning away from the balance. So me tell you then, when you have the whole body working, when you start to learn. She's got the touch I love so much, but now I'm disappointed. Under her spell she had me crushed. I swore I was anointed. She had me fooled for a while, like taking candy from a child. I can't believe the changes she's made, like wolf and she's clothing. Yeah, she's driving crazy, 'cause she's having my baby. She goes, oh no, she's driving crazy. And I'm she was a lady. Just got paid and I got a little money to burn. Alright. I gotta get laid, gotta find me a sexy girl. Okay then, give me the monster. So me go so then, well I don't really care what people say. I don't really watch what them want to do. Still I got to stick to my girls like glue. And I might not play number 2. All I know this time is just getting jet. Need a lot of trees up in my head. Got a lot of dental in my bed to run that relay. But, go on, I don't hear that the ball with the blue now. I don't hear, I'm telling them again, yo. Well, I don't really care what them want to say. I don't really watch what them want to do. Like some song that's a thing to the girls like blue. I'm not playing number 2. So you think this time it's getting great. Need a lot of trees up in my head. Need a lot of good girls in my head. Girl, I would have never said them got the goody. Me take it out and let the sun them got the woody. Front wave and wave, me take him and have the chubby. Girl in the monkey, give me that the chubby. Hot girl out there with us and they see me. I really tell me, say them have something to give me. All my time and I them all a dream about me, Jimmy. All I promise, man, they tell me, say you feel me. But I promise is I come first, my fool to the fool. You know, select the sound, them have to roll to the school. And bet them just let them up just like a fool. First in all the way, I dictionary rule on the school. I don't really care what them want play. Next just so much what them want do. I unite as a thing to the girls and glue. And I want not play number 2. So you see the time to get it great. Need a lot of shit up in my head. Need a lot of black girls in my bed. Run the boat. I don't see it. Run the boat. And you never look a girl when she and a cold bread. Tell them it's nothing no go so. And you never really show them also with your third leg. Tell them it's nothing no go so. No girl never kiss him off that she don't need you. Tell them it's nothing no go so. Well in the bed when man a woman should have gone caress. So fire about the people where they with the team. No matter how you honey and no matter how you dead. No girl no be use up, girl no phone sex. But if you have the chance to check your one to get a fix. The mama could have come when you pass me the gun. And you should have got the gun and keep the fire in that. She don't need
some big fashion there and the money. Yes, they were right bank about talking. Mother said, young can't take wine ring. You hear clear like a rat baby. And they wind up on the pipe and chill up on the boat top. Boat top, road top, side baby girl can't boat top, road top. She a follow the top, boat top. I'm going to the boat top, again top, boat top, road top. If you love my mom.
I'm gonna put it down. Hey, bring the soldier man come. I'm gonna put it down. Hey, bring the police them come. Tell the one of them in a go put it down, put it down. I put the time it isn't get played down. When they realize this, 24 years I need us come down. On a American airline, they say down in Atkinson. They immigration and police, they are run from. Say no distribute them. In a jam down paper boy, I get a police, now I get down. Hey, man. Oh, you need me a distribute them. Give it already, they go give it again. The army friends them, distribute them. Give it already, they go give it again. Me a go give it some. Come on, give them already, they go give it some of them. Jump to my hand, go get some of my ear. Give them already, they go give it them again. Yeah, I don't want to get some.
How the color while I want some man? Color while I take life. Because I do it to the man. I just gala. Jamaican girls, uno fish a cow. The woman a casa, uno really gold cup. England girls, uno fish a cow. The woman a casa, uno really gold cup. New York girls, uno fish a cow. The woman a casa, uno really gold cup. Canadian girls, uno fish a cow. The woman a casa, uno really gold cup. Me back to the wapi you put on na go and fishing. Tell the young girl to learn the dollar style. The wapi you put on na go and fishing. Tell the young girl to learn the dollar style. You see the 10 cents. You can show that aside, 5 cents, you can show that aside, 20 cents, you can show that aside, 50 cents, you can show that aside, just dollar.
Mr. the shipment of the set, let's keep up on the wall, Shamara to the two lamp, big up, clear them off of the shipment of the set, let's keep up on the wall, Shamara to the two lamp, big up, clear them off of this, Shabba you bring all the girls on the wall, no get no punch up, we clear them off, girl get on the wall, woman up and just sit down to the car. So the girls them put no sleep on the wall. We say the girls them have to jump off. Up on the one top the girl them a walk. While some of them not some love them off. I don't see to the girls can't cross. Man get crazy when them a pass. Girls in a mini and girls in a short. Girls look good when them a wine and a walk. Let them a girls and them and them a walk.
Want it, the girls them want it. Wow, the young girls them want it. They want it, they want it. I love it. They can't do without it.
Well,
hands up, then she gets scared like purple. Because I love when it launch it, love when it launch it, love when it launch it, launch it. She wants it back up, so fill the one, fill the one. I gotta come push up in the face. Hey, 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 hey. From a gala, come on, Papa, you watch it already. Tell a gala, Papa, you because you're delicate. You are not the type, make nobody do a shiny get. Reach with this guy, and you think about the belly bed. Gala, come on, Papa, you watch it already. Tell a gala, Papa, you because you're delicate. You are not the type, make nobody do a shiny get. Reach with this guy, and you think about the belly bed. From the dark, she's coming to the light. Oh yeah, see what I say. Your style of back, and the body and the shape of the light. Oh yeah, see what I say. The one you just insist, who's not to be the and the fire. Who was the spirit of the fucking up? She's right up in the jail from every month.
You are like the oxygen I need to survive. I'll be honest. I love you, I'm so obsessed. I want to chop your bubble. Nobody ever got this. I'm love on you. Make your bad man. Without you, I could be for London. Without you, I could give up my life. Without you, nobody ever got this. I'm alone on me. Never keep my mouth. If you leave me, I will die. I swear, you are like the oxygen I need to survive. I'll be honest. I love it, they thought of me. I am so obsessed. I want to chop your. Oh Lord have mercy, mercy, mercy. Demand them in the party, party, party. The whole of them sexy, sexy. Watch them just follow me, follow me, follow me.
If you could see, I never planned to be a man, it just wasn't me. But now I'm searching for commitment and other arms. I wanna
Sound check 1, 2.
your attitude.
Top of the
evening goes out to everyone who's here with us, man. We're getting ready for the Ascension Tournament. This week I've got some exciting games on as we start right here on Friday afternoon. The Phase 2 recreational ground, the home of your team, the Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. Enough props goes on to everyone who's here. Large up security team, non-stop. T&T police officers here with us today. Vital music, easy bucky way.
So first time together and I'm feeling kind of conventional methods of making love kind of work. I wanna make your block off, get my soft, bring your socks off, make sure your G's
I'ma call your big daddy and scream your name. Matter of fact, I can't wait for your candy rain.
So what you saying? I get my swerve on, bring it live, make it last forever. Damn nigga, tired.
Daddy, slow down your flow. Put it on me like a G, baby, nice and slow. I need a rough neck, man, single in a second, ain't afraid to put my hands back.
No doubt, I'm the player that you're talking about.
But do you really think that you can work it out?
I guarantee you, shorty, is real. Baby, here comes the man of steel.
Doing it and doing it and doing it well. Doing it and doing it and doing it well. Doing it and doing it and doing it well.
I represent Queens, she was raised out in Brooklyn.
Doing it and doing it and doing it well. Doing it and doing it and doing it well. Doing it and doing it and doing it well.
I represent Queens, she was raised out.
Sexiness and need some of mine. I'm kicking it, shawty. Give me that loving every time. Let me work, it's hard, it's harder. Let's ride with me. Make love to me, girl. Why nobody? I'm here to rock your body. Let's ride with me. Make love to me, girl. Why nobody?
Lyrical from me forward, make it deep. Jumping feet first, then hold your nose. I'm a beast when you step on my toes. Yeah, my whistle checking them up. You see my letting it go. I couldn't wait to do a song right. All they gon' do your run, I'm the party. Matt Stephen Marley, you should have gone for selector. Go with it, on. Now you done did it. So already.
Now this one dedicated to all the folks that wanna jump up. Dedicated to all the man that wanna wake up and push up. And dedicated to the girl that wanna mother. Baby, Mr. Cafe, cause you come from my shit up. Anywhere you go, it's happy all and full up. Listen, Mr. Cafe, cause it's well dangerous. Mr. Mud up Italic and Italic and Italic. Mr. Mud up Italic, it's a rip up a market. Mr. Mud up Italic, it's a latest lyrics. Come to the place and take up the mic and flick for your lyrics. Mr. If you think I lie, you want some outlaw money. Oh man, listen, Mr. Cat, I'm in a dark on this. Run up with Mr. Cat, I'm in your chemist in a this. The user for watching in a right quick switch. And this a DJ, you can't start circuit. 88 and 89, me say me know me a favorite. I up and pick me up, me want me satellite.
It name young girl business, control Jamaica. Young girl business, control Jamaica. Tell a woman the drive me a master. Tell a woman the drive lens and jump. Tell a woman the drive and use and control. Work up his own, do a free zone work. Even when you work as a domestic help. Look at the kids, look at the girl. One good turn, you think deserve and I'm like, support the pride and I'm not in the fight.
I'm in a dark mind. On the road things every time. I don't love flex, most complex. But anyway, I want to answer again. Now me no stop no body can make place. The hot clothes and make a next can face. Me no stop no body woman never play. Just stop me big and make a next can. It's like time for something in my heart says this is love. Something need a word. Day and night. You say that you love me. This fire burns. Don't you know that it's not a don't love. Give me this. What's your love? Whatever you're doing is not good enough. It's not enough. If you don't want me, just get out of my life. Out of my life.
Oh, I never see those type of homies. Hold me on, easy on the mention, comments if you mistake. Here's the rest of these type of homies. Hold me on, easy on the mention.
Action, that's how I go to we.
Hold me, baby, girl, them go go.
Action, that's how I go to we.
Hold me, baby, girl, them go go.
You think you are so fine.
Chat no girl, can't watch the time.
Stop playing with my
Oh,
mind.
man, looking at you, pretty, we want the wine.
You call me on the
I
phone,
don't know what I'm talking, ain't it? Come down.
and now I want you home.
I thought I could me now, you too slow.
Action, that's how I go to
Hold
we.
me, baby, girl, them go go.
Action, that's how I go to we.
Hold me, baby, girl, them go go.
Mother me run and me no tell back the chat. Shampoo the deck me a the queen inna the back. Look how me cute and sexy like that. And me plant the can so no better watch that. Show me step up in a life they want me give me a fight. Show me look cute and them no look so right. They call and meet over me and a fight. And that can't go on out tell me that they me don't put up making model every time I'm so niceness. I'm with tear rhyme. First class just go that is style I lick. The ladies with me and the back.
I wanna free from all chains and all bandits and slow. Free from all bars and all borders and doors. Free to break the love because me not raise the floor. So I don't know what your place is Babylon so. Me not believe that me happy, me not believe that oh. Like from my heart, no peace, me happy go. So everybody like love to slide down the floor. I don't give a routine, but I'm gonna be on the floor. I was born to be free. And me Hey, go out on the dance floor. Girl, hold on, trust. Why you get a girl, me have to big up and trust. Why you get a girl, me have to love up and trust. Get a girl, big up in the summer car. Checking vibe, roll up when the summer chatting then. Why you get a girl, me have to big up and trust. Why you get a girl, me have to love up and trust. Get a girl, big up in the summer car. Checking vibe, roll up when the summer.
Cause every man wants a girl with drive Lexus. Want to the girl and me drive Pambas. Who take old taxi and go a cactus. Every man wants a girl who big and no broad. Who want them on a house, satellite and money hard. Every Tuesday night I'm doing it up on me rap. Who want to the girl and me go a school up. Who pop on and sexy and a white like love. So want to the girl and me and the Gemini. Do them whiny and them girl and the shy. Want to the girl and me without the sense of hope. It's so up so man them the girl that too old. I'll get the girl get out of control. Well done. Well done.
Look how the girls them sexy and young. Run love, sing along. Well then, pick up the pen and grab a right few letters. Invite the girl to come down in a Jamaica. So I go check that stand round the corner. Lift up with me boat from the veranda. Girl up your off the garments. And I'm all pick up in my apartment. Ooh, the girl them on the left hand friend. Action, speak louder than argument. Well, them at your off the garments. And I'm all pick up in my apartment. Ooh, the girl them give me a compliment. Action, speak louder.
Sweet mama, sweet guru, walk for me only. Anytime you want the boy, you find that it. You borrow and can't no more surely. But I can say that sweet mama, sweet guru, walk for me only. Anytime you want the boy, you find that it. You borrow and can't no more surely. But I can say that.
Yo, hey you girl in the tight up skirt. You make me express in the blood vessel burst. Hey you girl in the tight up shirt. Just speed up 10 more beats to me heart. Hey you girl in the tight up blouse. Every time you pass me, you get me aroused. Hey you girl in the jeans.
I just work me want a man where you have a big ninja bike. I'm a right one. Now I don't blame plum when I have the right gear. Oops me all night when you dive on. Give me the right slam, cause that girl you look here. Ninja bike, I'm a right one. Now I don't blame plum when I have the right gear. Oops me all night when you dive on. Give me the right slam, cause that girl you look here. Under 50 them a push over. Them bike they can't reach and over. All of man just get it up in the middle. When me tell them to run pick up. I'ma say, before you make another speech, make sure your bike can reach. Cause you know when you pick me up, pick your me and the grill and drop down out at Treasure Beach. If I want thing me can't stand, hey, that is a boastful man. Who way you tell girl out, him full of stamina and get run good girl.
Girls, sexy. From the back Canada and the West. Girls, sexy. Don't shabba, king and the empty. Tears of a chill and no Barbie. Chill and the fuck up, this is the kill of the kill. The mama, chill and no Barbie. Chill and the fuck up.
Everyone goes to me, loves them guys. I don't know why, but it ain't a girl. Everyone goes to me, loves them guys.
Remember that girl.
I don't know why, but it ain't a girl.
Hey, what's the night? Everybody wanna tell me they wanna get me the girl. Everybody wanna tell me they wanna get me the girl. Flow, you can really love it. Flow, and if you don't love it, oh, but if you don't love it,
Man, every day I'm high on life, on every day. So allow me, make I enjoy life. Cause problem not the finish showing. Every day different wahala. Problem not the finish showing. I just wanna party every day. I just wanna party every day. So pass me the data. Pretty girl, come wind up your body. 10 toes, man, girl, make you touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it. Pass me the data. Pretty girl, come wind up your body. 10 toes, man, girl, make you touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it. Shut up and bend over. Let your back up to the talking over. So back up and bend over. Let your back up to the talking over. Say, I want to talk my name. I want to be happy. I want to dance and party to the rhythm of my body. I've been wandering all day, tried to be fine, but I can't be. The noise in my mind wouldn't leave me. Tried to get by, but I'm burning. I'm behind, my mind it runs. All these thoughts are troubling me. Fighting to give up my baby, fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need, right? I really need time. I really need to free my mind. I really need my mind. I need to free my mind now. I really need time. I really need to free my mind. I really need mine now. Yeah. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Tell me your love that you cannot mix. One is the joy that you cannot waste, and the other one price.
And of course, we're getting it ready for your home team. Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. I just go up against AC POS Spain. Just building a vibe this Friday afternoon. We here. We building it. Let's go. Let me know. Hey. Choose a play, you know?
What's this scene, yeah? Girl, you mean, yeah? The way you move, yeah. The way you whine and you grind and you bubble and go down the way you whine, yeah. Girl, you fine, yeah. You move in time, yeah. The way you whine and you grind and you bubble and go down there. Don't lick a look, whine and go down there. Don't lick a look, whine and go down there. Don't lick a look, whine and go down there. Don't lick a look, whine and go down there. I like the way you move, yeah. Round and round is the way you move your hips, yeah. You whine with attitude, yeah. Up and down, baby, whine and move your hips, yeah. Don't lick a look, whine and go down there. Don't lick a look, whine and go down there. Don't lick a look, whine and go down there. Don't lick a look. Girl, me up and she like on me. Girl, me up and she whine on me. Girl, me up and she like it. Now give it up 'cause she nice right there. And when she think down there, I think down there. Girl, me up and she like on me. Now let this go, now let this go, now let this go, now let this go. Touch me and need it. Would you say it to me like you mean it? Beat it. You wanna know you feel it. So come say it to me like you mean it. We both know you need it. You see what I'm feeling? I am feeling, I know you feel it too. Girl, I know it's true, yeah. Or do you want me to try to hold it back? Tell me, baby, do you like it like that? But I'm not with you. Ooh, girl, let me take you to the loco. When the sun go low, we could go and go, girl, go. I'm talking hours and non-stop, jam. You is a gem, let me take your hand, just come and go.
Every guy be a wine, slow wine, squeeze it up, wine, baby, when you go dance to the mommy, come like go dance to the mommy, like we gonna make love till the morning, we gonna make love till the morning, like
Even though you get time, I am vibe so cool, and make the artist like an even if you can't drop the middle dance, I like you like a diamond. Feel the pressure of power. I'm not leaving. Say I'm not leaving. One time make me high.
Good vibes and music.
So me tell the girl say,
let's go. Yeah, man.
Begging you for more.
Hey.
That no, not tomorrow. Let me tell you what it is.
DJ with the Let's Superior sound.
I'm begging you for too much.
Representing. And of course inside, we getting ready
and I want to know your name.
for AC POS Spain as they square off against our home team, the Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. Right here, face the recreational ground. We're going to start in a bit, yeah? No props goes out to the Sports Smash family, Campari team. Jet TV family, everybody who inside today, let's go!
What is sense of attraction? Need a piece, just give me a fraction. And I want to know your name. Hey, Johnny, worldwide I'm a serious job. The Caribbean girls are the best version. So I want to know your name. Girl, where you?
You don't know what the vibe is. Man, more than let's just make the guy who tell it, who tell it, who tell it. Just say, who tell it, who tell it, who tell it, who tell it, who tell it. Ring up, let's just, bad man, call the Uber, call the DJ now. Let's just coming to ya, coming to ya now, now call the Uber.
First thing I do as I rise up is counting blessings. First thing you should do as I rise up is counting blessings. Yeah, alright, yeah. When the forecast says nothing but clear skies and good roads, blessings are all around. And that's all we're seeing the forecast for today. First thing I do as I rise up is counting blessings. First thing you should do as you rise up is count your blessings. Cause every new day under the sky is a blessing. Yeah, and you surely best if you have life, ain't no guessing. Yo, I want you to hear me like the radio. Want you see what I'm saying like a video. Understand me clearer than stereo. Life hard but try to make nothing trouble you. Morning neighbor, voice the video. Hope you have a good day and everything is okay. No matter what happens, we not give it up. Plus life push us and every live it up. It's all about the highlight. We vibrating on a high frequency. Vibrating on a high energy. Yeah, we coming to your life with a bag of good vibes. Everything is alright. We vibrating on a high, yeah. You know the vibe. We never stop, we never give up. You know the high. We never let you never ease up. Yeah, it's all about the highlight. It's all about the highlight. It's all about the highlight. Yeah, we know. No bad nights, no worries, I've no time for stressing. Yeah, and the hell is no longer a loss, the hell is a lesson. It's an opportunity studying people business, so I love investing. What an ex-man do it is right, can't be that interesting. Hey, I want you to hear me like the radio. Want you see what I'm saying like a video. Understand me clearer than stereo. Life hard but try to make nothing trouble you. Morning neighbor, voice the video. Hope you have a good day and everything is okay. No matter what happens, we not give it up. Plus life push us till every live it up. It's all about the highlight. We vibrating on a high frequency. Vibrating on a high energy. Yeah, you come into your life with a bag of good vibes, everything is alright.
yeah. You know the vibes, hey, you know the highs, yeah. You know the vibes, hey, you know the highs, it's all about the highlight. We vibrating on a high frequency, vibrating on a high energy, yeah.
Later on, live entertainment. They're gonna be inside. Let me go.
Baby, I miss you, and I want you to come back home. I can't take the distance, I'm tired of being on home. Long time I don't get a little hug, long time I don't get a little kiss, long time I don't get a little touch. Oh, me body, it's funny for your body. It's a place anyway. No one nobody else. Funny you alone can touch me, baby, and make me feel so good. It's you alone I want, baby. You put me in the mood. Funny you alone can touch me, baby, and make me feel so good. It's you alone I want, baby. When I'm in the mood, yeah, that's nobody else, yeah, that's nobody but you. I don't want nobody else. I gotta do it by myself. I only want you to touch me, trust me.
And I believe in fast life, but I see it is slow. Oh no, and you see my lifestyle, I got cheese in the door. See many people there outside where they feed man soul. Oh no, and me I stand the defender like Joseph Joe. That girl say she want Netflix and chill, so I chatty get if I want it. If you fall in love, girl is certain. You go to breakfast, I'm not happy. Can you see drink full, I'm not catching. I'm not faking this, no fugazi. You see these feelings, I'm not catching. I'm on Western feet, I just want it. Happiness is you. If I broke down my business, I'ma show you go right. All I care for the life. Happiness is you. If I broke down my business, I'ma show you go right. All I care for the life. Happiness is you. If I broke down my business, I'ma show you go right. All I care for the life.
DJ Jumpy.
Happiness is you. If I broke down my business, I'ma show you go right. All I care for the life. Happiness is you. If I broke down my business, I'ma show you go right. All I care for the life. Happiness is you. If I broke down my business, I'ma show you go right.
DJ Jumpy.
Happiness is you. If I broke down my business, I'ma show you go right. All I care for the life. Happiness is you. If I broke down my business, I'ma show you go right. All I care for the life. Happiness is you. If I broke down my business, I'ma show you go right. All I care for the life.
We get you ready. Of course, we inside for your home team, the Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, as they come up against AC POS Spain. The start of your weekend, the Ascension Tournament. Of course, where you get bigger, better football. Let me go.
Yes, I'm gonna make it.
Wondering if this lasts forever. Wondering when you will feel proud. If there's one thing that he didn't tell me, there is sunrise after each cloud. I say, even though it's not no matter what come, I know I don't make it. Oh Lord, I don't make it. Even though it's not no matter what come, I know I don't make it. I don't make it. I feel right here, but I can choose it. Feel the limits, I can choose it. Don't know what to do, but I can choose it. I will do it, yeah, but I can choose it. Even though you know, but I can choose it. On the ground, and I can choose it. When you choose it, I can choose it. Because I come from my house, with a million dream and a million songs, a million miles away. I put me up one every day. Every time that I feel into it, I just give it.
Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2. Yeah, tell them no, I just tell them yeah, but I have this display on the field.
Check the wireless button. Talk on the wireless button.
Check 1 2, mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2, mic check 1 2. Double checking wireless 1. Good to go. Check 1 2, mic check 1 2. Currently testing wireless 2. Yeah, as I was saying, I don't really back up last week with that shit until I heard Gary came. No, until I heard Gary came. Gary he occupies a lot of frequencies, the police anyway, for radio chatter. So they bumped us, which is why we're getting IFP issues. Mind you, it cleared up. But that's because he bumped us off. And then it's like, alright. And then we recalibrate the best frequency possible. Because I'm on the second best because of that shit. And he bumped us off.
Don't go, right? Go and put it on. Yes, again.
Wait, you actually not going to be on camera? Right, thanks. Interviews one time.
Are you interviews right?
Check 1 2, mic check 1 2, making sure wireless 2 out on the field is fine. I'm pretty sure it's good.
Enjoying good music, let me go! You ready to see body? What do you open? That's it. Talk with it. You should need to in the next weird sound. We just enjoying some good vibes inside today. We start your weekend right. We also start, I don't say some, I say oh, that's what it is. We say we started right. Let me go. Gary coming up there, baby. I saw the play. You go come. Yeah, I got to
Second. One time. Form guide and thing.
Never lost the last game. Not closing out already. We see them in fucking. But apparently they researchers they do.
Crystal. I don't know if she printed the form guide, the paper with the form guide. We don't have one of those today. Yeah?
Yeah, here near.
Alright, could you give us a run through? Like with the coaches interview one day? Are we fitting those in live? Right, on camera, yeah. And then toss to James upstairs. Alright. Is the table going to come in anywhere in there? Any chit chat or anything?
6.
And Batu here?
Alright, we have no coaches.
Huh?
We have no coaches.
What you say?
You want to change?
No, well, forget that. It's 7:42. If you go and change, you say that happening. Next coach, Mr.
I know how can name this one.
Yeah, apparently he's now going to change his clothes.
I think AC POS swing coach coming.
Who is that, Bato?
No, it look like
Okay.
What's this one name? I can't remember his name. Sancho.
One day, you know.
James. You know this coach coming here?
What's his name again? His name, I remember just now. You have your team sheet?
Huh?
What Noriga? Tell Kerry that we have AC POS Spins coach, huh?
Hey, that's all I say. So nobody from that side coming?
So far not yet. Too big talking boy into AC. Cheap any?
You not here?
No, you want with the futsal team in Cardiff. But market isn't. Yeah.
So we'll deal with that.
Yeah. I'm going to agree. I'll get his back for.
Yeah. You touch a little bit on the conditions.
Yeah, that's it. I think that's the name. Time Thomas is here as well. 2020. Okay. Central Soccer World versus
Like that. Like that.
One minute live.
yeah, sometimes.
Stand by. Everybody stand by. Take second. I do have a right back. I don't even ring.
Tropical storm huffed and puffed, but it couldn't blow away the vibe at the LaHorquetta Recreation Ground as these two giants of local football come together in the Ascension Tournament match week 14. It's Terminix Rangers versus AC Port of Spain, and we're here at the LaHorquetta Recreation Ground. James Saunders is my name. I'm joined by former World Cup defender Brent Sancho, and I spoke about conditions. A tropical wave passed through Trinidad and Tobago this morning. Just some precipitation you can see still in the atmosphere. It's heavy. The ground conditions, it's soggy on the feet, and we certainly are here to enjoy the action, and we are happy that we have action. The first match here, of course, had to be postponed due to those conditions that you're seeing here. Quite soggy. Cunupia FC was expected to run out against Central Soccer World. That did not happen. But the second match, and the match that we are live for, is about to take place. Brent Sancho is here. It's quite soggy, Brent Sancho. Where's your boots at the moment?
Well, I tell you what, this is the type of condition any defender would like. It's soggy, it's soft, it's for slight tackles, it's for tough tackles, but it's still challenging conditions for players. Other than that, we've seen those sorts of conditions over the past couple of weeks here at Terminix. As you can see, it's been waterlogged, it's been muddy, it's been slushy. It is difficult as it relates to, of course, keeping your foot in. And it has always been a situation where the team that adapts the best to these sorts of conditions seems to do well and move on to win these types of football games. But it is a challenge for the players.
Difficult decision to cancel the first match between Central Soccer World and Cunupia FC, but you feel that it's a decision that had to be made?
I think it's a decision that had to be made. Of course, as you saw some of the pictures of the pitches, there's puddles everywhere. However, you have to commend the groundsmen, the people that work here at this facility, to still keep this up to scratch. There's a lot of football being played here. There's women's league, there's all different sorts of activities. Of course, it's still been a good picture. But of course, it's all about today's match and all about how the teams are going to adapt to this sort of condition.
All right, let's deep dive into the analytics now as we look at the league standings. And, well, no surprise, the cream continues to languish at the top. Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, they remain unbeaten, the only unbeaten team in this competition. 36 points, but AC POS Spain, keep your eyes on them. They've got some baking soda in them at the moment because they're on the rise. They got a win in their last match, and they're just below the top 4 in 5th position. In fact, still some room to make up, but certainly they'll have some confidence, you think?
Yeah, they've certainly been improving. We've seen that, of course, as it relates to their performances. They've had some heartbreaking results in their last fixture. They're one of the teams that we believe here that they could cause an upset here tonight. It will be a very interesting encounter. A team on the rise against a team that's already at the top.
All right, let's talk about some of the players who are here and some who are absent. We start with AC POS of Spain, of course, and the big news, Che Benny is not with AC POS of Spain today. He has been selected with the Trinidad and Tobago futsal team, and they are currently at the Caribbean Games, so he's going to be missing today. But more importantly, they've got a big addition as a big midfielder has come in. Tell us about that.
Well, yeah, they've of course lost the great capabilities of Che Benny, who has been getting in form as the season has gone along. But they've lost him, but they've gained a very good player in Dwayne Muckett. And of course, how he's able to integrate into the squad is going to be pivotal as it relates to how this game is going to go. All
right, let's talk about Terminix Rangers. Of course, they've got some additions, and well, as we look in at the lineup, Riel Gill and Kaim Thomas both back from international youth duty, so they're back in the squad. And they've also got some additions returning from injury. They've got their skipper Jamal Crichton back in the squad as well.
Yeah, of course, the addition of those two players, great, of course, experience for them playing over in Honduras with the national under-20 team. Of course, accrediting themselves well over there as it relates to personal performances. And it is a situation where, as they come in, they integrate, as the team is, of course, is trying to get themselves acquainted. It has been a team, of course, that has shown different sorts of formation, different sorts of lineup. However, we're here to talk about AC POS Spain at the moment, and now I am joined, of course, by the head coach of AC POS Spain, Walt Noriega. Of course, Walt, a difficult proposition, undefeated Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. Is there some chinks in that La Horquetta Rangers armor that you have been able to see?
Good night, Brent. Yes, we've been watching them closely, and we know there's a strong opposition, but we know that if we play the football that we are playing currently, that we'll be able to penetrate.
As we alluded to at the start of this program, no Che Benny, but you have the inclusion of Dwayne Muckett, a very experienced campaigner, a player of national caliber. How do you see him integrating into tonight's game and, of course, into your starting lineup?
Well, tonight is a loss without having Che Benny, but I think Muckett is of equal talent, and he adds something special to the team as well. So it's something that should be interesting tonight.
Well, as we look to tonight's fixture, what are the keys to the game for AC POS Spain to get a victory here tonight?
Well, finishing our chances. And that's been a little problem with us, but the build-up at the game we moving the ball well. We getting the chances. Now we just have to convert those chances.
Of course, Walt, a tough game tonight. I want to wish you all the best to you and your Chargers. And of course, good luck to the rest of the season.
Thanks a lot, Brent.
As we go to a break, we look forward to tonight's encounter, AC Port of Spain against Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. Welcome back to LaHorquetta Recreational Facility. We're now joined by Dave Cornwell, coach of Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. Coach, of course, a difficult proposition tonight. AC Port of Spain, a team on the ascendancy, playing some good football, the addition of Dwayne Muckett. How do you see AC Port of Spain and the challenge that they bring to you tonight?
Well, let me start by saying they've been doing a good job. I think Dwayne Muckett's quality. A tough one tonight again. They gave us a very hard game, first rounds, and we'll see how it goes tonight.
Well, of course, as you inch closer towards the championship, undefeated so far, there is obviously the worry of complacency stepping in the team. How do you treat with that issue?
I think we take every game, game by game. We don't pick out certain teams and say easy game, hard game. I think we respect every opponent in the league. The league is a tough one, and we'll try to see if we could score maybe early and see what we could do in this game. But this one is a tough one.
What do you think is a must-do for Terminix La Horquetta Rangers tonight to win tonight's fixture?
I think condition. I think the condition. We must assess the condition. The ground a little heavy tonight. I think early on we had a couple of showers for about 2 or 3 hours straight. So I think it's just assessing the condition and see how it goes.
Well, of course, Dave, all the best to you and your Chargers tonight as you continue to march on, and all the best to the rest of the season.
Okay, thank you.
James, over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Brent Sancho. As we are here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground, it's Ascension Match Week 14. Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, they come up against AC Port of Spain. Wet conditions, as the coach would have alluded to. Heavy weather system would have passed through Trinidad and Tobago. Earlier this week, in fact, there was a tropical storm warning. Fortunately for football and the rest of the country, did not really materialize, but it is wet. The first match at this venue had to be abandoned because of soggy outfield. In fact, I never got off the ground. So it's a fresh field and a fresh chance for these teams to come out and impress on a Friday evening. Of course, James Saunders is my name. Brent Sancho is alongside me today. As I remind you of the league standings, Terminix Rangers, they remain unbeaten in the competition. They've played 13 matches, won 11, and Zone 2, the only team to have not dropped 3 points, while AC Port of Spain, they are in 5th position. 13 games, 4-1, 3 draws, and they got 6 losses. Brent Sancho, everybody spoke about the weather conditions. Is that really going to make a big difference in this match tonight?
Yeah, it will have some of its implications as it relates to the type of football that you can play on a surface like this. I think, of course, with the teams now getting accustomed, it's been about 3 weeks since we've had heavy downpour, and a lot of the conditions has been soggy, has been challenging for players. So you would expect they would have adapted to it, James, and they would adapt to the fact that they need to play a particular way to get a positive result. So it really comes down to the team, as I said before, that adapts the quickest to this type of situation. They would be the ones to be able to take the game to the opposition and, of course, try to press on for 3 points.
Well, whether or not, here we come as Ascension football action returns after the break.
Terminix La Horquetta Rangers come up against AC Spain. Now props goes out to the cheerleaders who are already here enjoying vibes. The rhythm section is already here as well. Your essential dancers in the place already. The Ascension League, the Ascension Tournament is on. Where you get bigger, better football, yeah?
Well, anyone looking down from up there would certainly have the best seat in the house. Of course, that view courtesy of camera woman Zara and a $100,000 investment in our lens as we get ready for match week 14 Ascension Tournament. Terminix La Horquetta Rangers taking on AC Port of Spain here at a wet La Horquetta Recreation Ground. James Saunders is my name. I'm joined by, of course, the ever-famous Brent Sancho, former Gillingham and Trinidad and Tobago International. And Brent Sancho, we're expecting a fantastic affair. Terminix Rangers yet to be beaten. Yet another David with a sling is in the hometown and they're looking to take down the Giant.
Yeah, it has been a difficult proposition taking down the Giant. Obviously undefeated so far this season, and a lot of it is down to, of course, their consistency in their play. We talked a lot about the rotation in the lineup. We also mentioned the fact that both players coming back from Honduras, as we take a look at AC Port of Spain doing their drills as they're leading up to this game. There's a bit of optimism within the AC Port of Spain camp. They have performed admirably well so far. They have lost Che Benny to futsal football, but they have gained Dwayne Muckett. And of course for Rangers, they've had the addition of their players coming back from national duty, of course, who would buoy the already very talented squad. So it's a very interesting and entertaining game, I believe, that we have in store, James. We talked about the conditions, but I think the focus should be on the type of players that would be on display here tonight that should, of course, produce some very exciting football.
First pictures of the players and the gladiators gearing up for battle. Terminix Rangers in white. They're wearing that white outfit today. They'll be buoyed by the addition. Real Gill, he's back with the team together with Kyle Thomas. Look out for that. We'll have the starting lineups to you in just a second. Also for AC Port of Spain, who will wear the yellow today, President of the Coaches Football Association. We saw him in the warm-up drills just a while ago, Jefferson George. He's joined the staff as a goalkeeping consultant. Noche Benny off to international duty, as you mentioned, with the Trinidad and Tobago futsal team. They're in Guadeloupe at the moment. But the fans, they're always here every single Friday. Then, when you're fancy like that, you know it's a Friday in football here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, it's very difficult to miss this blend of entertainment and football. Of course, the fans are well entertained on the pitch, and they're well entertained afterwards with some of the very talented artists, local artists that we have passing through. And of course, the fans are gearing up. A cold beverage and a pack of your favorite delicacies is always on serve here at La Horquetta. And of course, there's the talent of the La Horquetta Angels, I believe is their name. James, did you coin that name?
Well, I'm a religious man. I always love angels, and they're in abundance here in La Horquetta. So we're raring, ready for action. But a shot of Nuts landing there in the hat. Popular entertainer, Nuts vendor. And of course, well, those two, they need no introduction. Back from Trinidad and Tobago Youth International duty. Real Gill, Kyle Thomas. They will start on the bench this evening, but certainly tells you the depth that La Horquetta Rangers has in store. Walt Noriega has done a phenomenal job with Battle as the coaches of FC Port of Spain. And well, didn't give away too much of his plans, but he certainly would have lots of plans up his sleeve. So they're out and they're ready, led by the referee contingent that includes Caleb Wales, who will represent Trinidad and Tobago later this year in Qatar. Might have a word with him later on, but Caleb Wales to your far right will represent the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at this year's World Cup. So much talent and promise in the team from the capital city, AC Port of Spain. And they would look to come and do battle with a team that many pretenders and contenders have come up against, but all have failed to topple. Will it be different? Good time to welcome all of viewers across the region, of course, on Sportsmax and our streaming platforms as well as Scene TV in Jamaica and CCN TV6 in Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome to you. Still space at the ground if you're close by to come in. We all know that's going to fill up really, really quickly. Some players back from injury as well for Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, as they always rotate their squad very well. So it's a coin toss. Russ Russell Jr. He will wear the armband for Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, while Anthony Charles will skipper AC Port of Spain. Ainsley Rochard, Caleb Wales and company, they will assist in the officiating of this match. Lots of quality on display, but of course it's the Ascension Tournament. What else did you expect? Taking a look at the names, Jadel Poon Lewis in goal for AC Port of Spain. Maurice Ford, international youth pedigree there. Mikel Poon Angleron played in Argentina. He's back home. But look at that big name, number 10, Dwayne Mockett, Cedil McLean, and Kyle Bartholomew. Jamil Neptune, they've all scored for AC Port of Spain, and they will hope to do the same. Gilbert Bato, well, still on the bench. And here's a team sheet that needs no introduction. Ike Manju is back from injuries. He's in the squad. Atula Guerra, Kadeem Corbin, red hot at the moment. Both of them 1 and 2 in the goal scoring standings. Odell Laria gets a place in the lineup. But look at the bench. Real Gill, Kayam Thomas, Jamal Crichton back from injury. Tyrone Charles, Leslie Russell. Well, it's a treasure chest out there. And it's one held by Dave Quamina. They call him the Trini Ronaldinho, and he's the leading goal scorer. Atula Guerra, just so in white. He has the appetite these days to score goals. And on his best day, well, it's unstoppable. Well, that signal says it's time to play, and play begins here in La Horquetta. AC Port of Spain in yellow. Terminix Rangers, the juggernauts of Ascension football, will wear white. Well, that one early aimed at Bartholomew. Well, we spoke a lot about the pitch conditions, but at the moment, well, the ball is moving about really nicely. Well, here's Guerra to Corbin. And a good challenge, well, from Marik Mirish. Stops the man with 9 goals in the competition so far. You'd have to stop him for the remaining 89 minutes if his team is to have a chance in this match. Oh, that's a little too heavy, says the referee, CJ O'Brien. Dwayne Mockett already welcome to the Ascension Tournament. Trinidad and Tobago international midfielder, former QRC player.
Yeah, just a bit too much strength shown there by Neptune. A bit of overindulgence. Of course, getting the referee's interest with that one in a dangerous position here.
Ike Manjus will have an opportunity to test his strength, returning from injury with his free kick. Whoa! Manuel Thomas! And that's a goal! Edwards getting the final touch, and well, it's early, but it's never too early to parang in Trinidad and Tobago. And it's Sai as Terminix Rangers take an early 1-0 lead against the team from the capital.
Yeah, not the type of start that Coach Noriega would want. Really slack defending there. Very reactive. In fact, no reaction at all by the AC Port of Spain defenders. The first ball, of course, missed. No reaction. And that man there in the picture pounced the quickest. Didn't really need to pounce. It was really given to him. A very sloppy goal to give away defensively. And a mountain that they already had to climb coming into this one has just gotten a bit steeper.
Welcome to Everest, AC Port of Spain. It's not a start many would have envisioned. Terminix Rangers, they're a team. They on the offensive early, but that early, even that is a record for them.
Well, I must say, James, it was not the best of free kick. It's not necessarily a delivery that should have caused havoc. Really came down to reaction. There was none of it like AC Port of Spain. Normally, when it's late in the game, you can blame fatigue, but that had everything to do with concentration and focus, and that's not the way you want to start a football game.
Well, his house has been breached early. If you're not, see person like me, look at the field. Picasso. Hoping for some Picasso football though. Maybe Mocket can unlock it. Ross Jr. muscled out by his international teammate Mocket. It's a throw for Port of Spain. That's good from Punangaron, but he loses it. Guerra, Corbin.
And sloppy again. Tell you what, James, he's a lucky boy. Not sure how he came out of that one. Put himself in all sorts of danger there. And eventually was able to turn out of it, Maurice Ford.
Never good when your experienced players make errors. Maurice Ford, of course, played with the Caribbean Cup winning Trinidad and Tobago under-20 team. You'll have to marshal the likes of Cian Thomas and company. Keep them calm.
Well, I think he may argue with you there, James, and said he had it under control. I'm not sure about that, but defenders union time, so I'll stick with that.
Well, here's the goal scorer. And almost took away C.G. O'Brien's head. Looks all right, though.
It's a new rule that's come into football. Of course, when the ball hits the official, it goes to a drop ball scenario. I'm still coming to terms with it. I don't have a overarching opinion on it, but something that's growing on me.
Here's the goal scorer, Josiah Edwards. Oh, that's a dangerous looking ball, inviting. And nobody took up the invitation. Or maybe Corbin here. Guerra. And easy for Poon Lewis in the end. Scored 10 goals in the competition. Was in search of 11 there. He was denied by Poon Lewis. Have the name songs familiar? Oh, his brother is the local Jorge Campos. Played with Real Westport last week. Started as the competition as a goalkeeper, and he ended up as a forward. And that's his brother. Ike Andrews got past easily, and in search of Corbin or Manuel Thomas. Wow. Doesn't appear to be the shortest man in the field, especially when cross balls come in. Maybe now. Oh, Poon Lewis. Good hands in the end. Tell you what, Brent. Maybe an inch taller might have been a different result.
Yeah, it's a good delivery there by the goal scorer, Josiah.
Oh, it's the turn of the yellow team to attack. Here's Mocket. Oh, he's opened the lock there, and St-Hilaire was standing behind the door.
Should have done better there, James. I know it was a chance that he was grabbing at. But of course, he was within 8 yards of the goalkeeper, really. And I think any side of St-Hilaire, that would have been in the back of the net. Instead, he hit it straight to him. They need to answer. That's a good ball.
Oh, wrong side of Ross Jr., but too long for Sadale McLean.
Yeah, I just felt he could have held his run a little bit more. Sadale McLean came in a bit too early. It's an intelligent run, but it could have been bellied a bit more to give him the chance to run onto it. It's got a good start to this one.
New hair color. It's Friday, man. Doesn't much to say today. This team lead inside 10 minutes. Well, tried to give them the open sesame, but Merish, he was there to deny them. One of their better defenders, Malik Merish. Or Merez, if you use the local pronunciation.
They have to be switched on here, James. They have to. They've already allowed a sloppy first goal in the opening 5 minutes. They can't afford to go down by 2 goals against this very talented Terminix La Horquetta Rangers team.
Sturgeon would hope for otherwise. Lewis can't hold on, and well, he's lucky. Bartholomew tried to wrestle Jesus Perez, found out that's a lost cause. Ankem Andrews missed the last few games due to injury, former national youth and senior international. That's too long for Edwards, but he does well to keep it. Can't find Guerra. Well, there's Caleb Sturge and Caleb Wales, the assistant referee. Oh, that's a good turn from Quallen! And it's kept alive. Maybe Edwards. Headed away. And again, Pun Lewis. Not this time. And it's no surprise. 1 + 1 is 2. And Atella Guerra, well, he's made it goal number 11 for himself. And goal number 2 for Terminix La Horquetta Rangers against AC Port of Spain.
Yeah, if you're Coach Noriega, you would be extremely disappointed with his charges. It's just a bevy of errors at the back. Sloppy defending again, which eventually put the ball at the foot of that man, the leading goal scorer in the competition. Exactly what you don't want to do. It's a good start.
Yeah, difficult in the end. Well, got a mountain to climb, pit to dig. whatever side of the pendulum you're seeing it from. Or maybe now they can get themselves back in. And just found the wrong side of the upright there. But they got a wonderful chance, Jamil Neptune. Should have pinned the donkey's tail. Just felt like he might have gone for a bit too much power. Can mock it. Company craft another chance. That's well defended by Andrews. So it's clever. Mocket read it late though. And Rush Jr. just does the cleaning up in the end. Well, they're 2 goals down, but they did have an opportunity to pull one back. And well defended by Sturge.
Well, you'd have to say, James, that the goals that Rangers have been able to score in this game is really down to the undoing of AC POS Spain. They shot themselves in the foot. It's been sloppy defending, and they've carved out 2 chances so far that they really should have put into the back of the net. That's ambitious.
Well, they did say that you've got to try in order to succeed. Well, he's a good learner. Well, Putin Lewis took no chances. Also, some might feel it could have sent it a bit longer, further away from his goal.
Well, he did have a pass, and of course his left back that was standing there, and maybe should have slipped it into him. Kareem Esman was wide open, and that's the kind of mistakes that AC POS have been making. Unforced errors, as they say in the Wimbledon world. You can't afford to do that against a team of this caliber.
By the way, I hope you're a Rafael Nadal fan. He looks good so far in the Wimbledon competition that's ongoing.
I think that's a statement we're going to be making for the next 10 years. He seems to be getting better like wine.
Certainly does. Looking to find their rhythm, AC Port of Spain. And, well, got their wires crossed, Bartholomew and Mocket. Found Corbin. And good defending in the end. Here's Edwards. His goal opened the door for Rangers early in the match. Daniel David couldn't control. And Sturge. Oh, good backing up. That's a good pass to Mikey Manjus if he can find its target. Daniel David, it does. That's a good touch from Guerra. A bit too heavy in the end. And good defending by Merez. Oh, they're having fun. They always have fun, though.
That's because they always win.
Everybody loves winners. Sorry, Raymond.
I think it's important to note that it's not been easy going for Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. They certainly hasn't waltzed through this competition. There are several games where they have had to really dig deep to get a result. And even games where we sat here, James, and felt that they may not have gotten a result. And it's been close for them. But they always seem to have that extra gear, and I think that has really separated them from the rest of the pack. And it's why they're in the position that they're in. I think the word, of course, James, is consistency. That's what they've been. Very consistent. Despite the change in personnel, they've still been extremely concentrated in the job that they have to do. And they've done it.
Unangaron. Eastman. Neptune. Some rhythm about them now. AC Port of Spain. Still Neptune. And well cut out in the end from Johannes Richardson.
That's good stuff by Neptune. Of course, a player of national quality. And of course had a stint overseas as well. Very talented left-footed player who on his day can create shockwaves. He will be needed. His team is down 2-0.
Oh, this man is certainly needed. Mocket. And needed catch from Sintelaire. Well, they've got to look out. He's got pace and he can score. Edwards deflected. And still Bagheera with time, space. And well, not the accuracy that he would have wanted. You'd expect him to hit the mark from that distance to Laguerra. And, well, I think he expects himself as well.
Yeah, all the hard work was done there. I thought that initial effort may have gone into the net. Another unforced error there by AC Port of Spain. Too much room to Guerra. Had the opportunity to shift and turn. And eventually his placed shot with the side foot just went wide of the mark. They've got to find a way to stop making these unnecessary errors. They've given away the ball cheaply. They've made poor decisions. And they lacked reaction time when it was needed. And of course, that is the reason why they're down 2 goals so far. Yes, Rangers have showed up, but I think they have AC Port of Spain, that is, caused a lot of their demise.
Ross Jr. Ike Manjus can deliver a good service. And he can dribble as well.
Yeah, that's too easy.
And, well, necessary defending coming from Malik Merez.
It's too easy, James. It should be a lot better. You know exactly what Andrews is trying to attempt. He is going to take his man on, but to just easily dribble past 2 players and it goes into, of course, the entirety of what we've seen so far in the first 24 minutes or so. You can't afford to make the sort of errors that AC Port of Spain have been making individually and expect to get a good result.
We'll have to defend though. Headed away. Only as far as Sturge will try his luck. Neptune. Well, can they get themselves into the opposite end of the field, the yellow shirts? Unangaron. Eastman. And, well,
again,
he spoke about unforced errors.
And it's not just the errors as well, it also gives Terminix La Horquetta Rangers that extra win up their sail. Because when you are in position of putting them under a bit of pressure and you make unforced errors, you give them an extra breath or an extra step.
Well, he needed an extra step. Steve Corbin ran out of real estate. I'm sure everybody in Port of Spain breathing a sigh of relief. Maurice Ford looking for Bartholomew.
I'd chalk that down as another unforced error.
Yeah, way too long for Bartholomew. Scored in their last fixture. Oh, that's a good ball. Ball too long maybe for Edwards. But just coming. Well, they need the experience of these two, Market and Unangaron. Both players, senior international experience. Add Neptune to that mix. They've got a good bunch, got the ingredients. Can they make the cake? Well, here's Edwards. Looking to put the icing on the cake that they already have. Russ Jr. And a good save in the end from Poon Lewis. Well, when you've got your fullback getting into those type of positions, it tells the opposing defense that they're in trouble.
When there's a high level of determination to get forward, we talked all season long about how dangerous AC Port of Spain is in transition. Of course, an unfriendly challenge there by the captain, Russ Russell Jr. But they turn defense to offense very quickly. And that's one of the hallmarks of this Terminix La Horquetta Rangers team. And that's one of the reasons why they are so difficult to beat.
I wonder what his dad is like. Just seems to effortlessly run from one end of the pitch to the other.
Well, I can tell you his dad couldn't do that. He's probably one of the slowest men I know. But a wonderful goalkeeper he is. In fact, I'll go as far as to say probably one of the best we have produced on this island. I'm even go as far as to say in the Caribbean as well.
Yeah, his father, Russ Russell, senior. Caps to Trinidad and Tobago. 1 goal, Dwayne Marquette. 27 years old, played in Portugal. And he also played in Memphis, that's his last club. He's quality. And they need his quality right now, AC Port of Spain.
Well, he's one of those players that there was a lot of conversation around not having a club and of course still being selected by Coach Eve. I'm really happy to see that he is with the club and he's playing a regular football. Only bodes well to the national situation and bodes well to this tournament. He's a gifted player.
Oh, here's one of those breaks he spoke about, and it is opened up now. Ike Andrews, and good arm strength from the goalkeeper Poon Lewis in the end. Ike is a disappointed man though. He's usually quite accurate from that distance.
Yeah, it's a good true ball there by Corbin. By Poon Lewis sticking out the leg and making it a difficult angle for him.
Well, it's an orange alert against the team in yellow. They do well to keep up their preparation. Well, still it's not about having a crack. Ike might have the same idea, and well, he had the power, but that's pretty much all he had. Certainly looks in the mood, Ike Andrews.
Look at this, James. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yellow shirts in their own half. And they're 2 goals down. They have to find a way to get more players advance of the ball. Try to find line-breaking passes. And try to get players like that on the half turn and not going backwards. Those are the keys. Question is, can they do it?
No, not on this instance. Maybe now. Bucket. Ford. Here's the captain. Well, they're staring a brick wall in the face, so to speak.
Well, they're finding the ball in the pockets. The problem is when you look at the body position of the players from AC Port of Spain, when they receive the ball, they're facing back towards their own goal. And you really have to be in a half turn. You have to be in a half turn to be able to take the ball forward. If you don't do that, you're not going to be able to advance the football. You're going to be very easy to close down. I think that's the challenge that they have.
Ike Andrews for senior international caps, Trinidad and Tobago. 1 goal and maybe 2. Well, the upright said no. And Mercy said yes, the AC Port of Spain. Maybe Edwards can change that. And this time it's Maurice Ford that comes to the rescue.
This is good work here by Andrews, cutting inside. Unable to get that blistering right foot. Shot off. Poon Lewis was beaten, but not the post.
Made 24 appearances for Toronto FC in the USL. Ike Andrews also started his youth career, W Connection. 24 caps for them. It's fair to say he knows what he's doing. The Caribbean Cup winner as well. So somehow that was allowed to get to Ross Jr. Somehow he put it over the bar. on. Gerardo didn't read the intention of Corbin.
That's exactly what you want, James. Half turn and running at your opponent's back four. That's what they have to do.
Maybe Eastman can get into a good position. Neptune. Oh, we can't escape the sliding challenge of Sturge. He's an interesting player, Caleb Sturge. Doesn't look like the quickest or the tallest, but he's quite versatile and he gets the job done.
He's versatile, he reads the game well. It's a high level of commitment and wanting to do the right things. And I think that's key. And also he has a little nasty streak in him that I like as a defender.
Only thing missing from him is some hair color. Usually he has some really interesting hairstyles, not today.
It's a lot of rain today. James couldn't get to the hairdressers.
Might have washed it off as well. But here's Neptune. Oh, that's good. It's gone past one. And
he's got to do better there.
Heavy touch. Oh, that's good. Ross Jr.
One of these late.
Should win this race, and this could be a miss. Wow, it's going to be magnificent. But fate robbed him, Ross Jr. Did everything right.
Well, he did everything right. Another willing run by Ross Jr. He went for the more difficult proposition in chipping the goalkeeper. I think he could have easily just skipped past him and guided into the back of the net.
Won't grab you the headlines.
Well, that's for sure. It certainly wouldn't grab you the Sportsmax app player at the moment.
Here's Eastman. Whoa. Playing some footsie there with Edwards. Kept alive. Here's Eastman. Marquette. Bodied out of possession. Unangaron. And, yep. Caleb Wales saw that. He's got the eyes of a hawk. Good touch from Corbin. Guerra. Oh, trying to thread the needle. Ran out of thread.
Again, it's a straight, hard pass into his player. Even if he had received it, I don't think he could have done much with it.
Maybe Maurice Ford can do better. Well defended. And Bartholomew.
Oh, I tell you what, that could be a penalty.
Yeah, nasty streak. Well, could come back to bite him here. Right at the edge of the area.
But I'm not sure, James. I'm looking at where the tug was on the shoulder, whether or not it was inside the 18-yard box, and this may give us an idea. I know it's outside, certainly outside there. It's a lucky boy, Caleb Sturge. Thought it may have been a card as well to go alongside it, but they may still have to pay that debt, because a guy called Muckett is over it, and he's a decent dead ball specialist.
Well, could be drama. Neptune, Muckett. Both players, they can't score from dead balls. Both players with international experience. They look worried, and they should be. Here's Muckett! Oh! What a way to stamp your name into the headlines on a Friday evening in LaHorquetta. Dwayne Muckett gives his team a lifeline, and they're holding on for their life. 2-1.
When we talked about his talent from the dead ball situation, don't think it was his cleanest of strikes. But I tell you what, once you give a guy like that particular type of situation, you're asking for trouble. And he did punish Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. Can they get themselves back into this one?
Well, they're angry, and you won't like that when they're angry. They get a corner. Well, just 5 minutes remaining before halftime, and look at that. It's game on. Good to see that, man. Away by Poom Lewis. And there's a whistle. Would be LaHorquetta's ball. In fact, Port of Spain's ball. Foul that was committed. Well, they've got a life raft. Can they save themselves? And can Sinclair save his team? He does. Neptune, the architect of the AC Port of Spain goal. He was the player that was fouled. Marez looking for Neptune. Too long. Have to try again. Thomas, haven't seen much of him in the first half. Well, here's a player we have seen a lot of, Ike Andrews, and might have been offside. And Caleb Wills gives the confirmation. If one thing, the ground conditions have held up pretty well so far.
Yeah, it has held up. It's I thought it would have had a bit more divots in it from, of course, the twisting and turning. But it's still very heavy. The ball's rolling through quite nicely. Despite all the inclement weather that we've had, you must say that as much as you don't like to see it, the cancellation of the first game has led to this process. That's poor.
even in preschool, they teach you to connect the dots. They're having trouble doing the basics at the moment, AC Port of Spain. Inside the final minute of the first half. Just 1 minute to be added. Maybe there might be a goal to be added as well. Already had 3 in a highly entertaining first half. Morez.
Again. It's a simple pass, really. A 5-10 yard pass. Not to harp on the situation, but it's really why they're 2-1 down. And only 2-1 down because really the Rangers have not necessarily stamped themselves over this game.
Well, that was quick off his line there. Kun Lewis, he certainly stamped his presence.
They had to be decisive, and he was. And you just feel the halftime talk for Coach Walt Noriega is going to surround that aspect. You can't be as sloppy in possession and, of course, in your decision making and expect to compete against a team of this caliber. Again, poor mistake. They'll be booked.
Well, this time the naughty card comes out and it has gone to, looks like Maurice Ford. No, in fact,
but it looked like Corbin was, that's what I was looking at, that kick out there by Corbin. He was booked for it. But James, we've seen players sent off for that sort of reaction. I think he's a very fortunate player not to see the early showers.
Yeah, really zero tolerance for those kind of moves in modern football, but sometimes you get away.
Well, he didn't. He was booked. He should have been possibly red carded.
Autonomy. Oh, they're naughty on both sides of the field. It's a fair statement. Oh, quite interestingly, we haven't seen this man, Daniel David or Emmanuel Thomas, involved much in this game, as most of the actions have been really quick and transitional.
But they have done their job defensively, and I think that's the key.
It was worth an effort from Malik Morez, and it was worth the while of the viewers. The first 45 minutes, which have come to an end, and it's a first half that has dazzled in terms of goals. We've had 3 goals, 2 have gone to the home team, and 1 have gone to that team, AC Port of Spain. How would you sum up the first half?
Well, I think certainly from an AC Port of Spain perspective, it was disappointing, sloppy, and at times, of course, error-prone. They really have been the architect to their own demise. And as much as I have spoken about AC Port of Spain, there's not much I can say about Rangers. They capitalized on the errors. They haven't lit this half of fire because they didn't have to.
Well, we've got 45 more minutes to come, maybe more goals. But one thing guaranteed, there will be excitement. Please do stay with us. At halftime, LaHorquetta Rangers 2, AC Port of Spain 1.
So as we get ready this time for the Ascension dancers, yeah?
Three goals scored in an entertaining first 45 minutes. Two of them have gone to the home team, Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, as they lead AC Port of Spain by 2-1. Let's look back at all of the goody stuff that took place. Well, the moon hit our eyes like a big pizza pie. And well, it was a maury with the football action, because as early as the first minute, Josiah Edwards was able to pin the donkey's tail from the Ike Manju service, knocked down by Manuel Thomas. And look at that, easy peasy. And 1-0, they led, courtesy that man. And later, it was his turn to assist. Nobody home at the end of that one. Corbin, though, set it back up to Guerra, but Poon Lewis was solid. Edwards, well, he was quite active in the first half. And again, his initial cross set up that chance. And the Tula Guerra, well, he's the league leading scorer for a reason. And that's the reason why he made it 2-0 to the home team. They did have their moments though, AC Port of Spain, Neptune and company, not hitting the target. Edward's shot here was deflected. And Guerra, then he felt he should have done the job here. Failed to hit the mark. And later, Ike Manjus had an opportunity. Just couldn't get it past the goalkeeper. Ross Jr. went for the spectacular and, well, didn't do it, but that man did it. Dwayne Mockett, and he cut the deficit in half, and that's the goal that keeps them alive at the end of the first 45. 2-1. Numbers don't lie, according to Shakira, or whoever sang that. And look at those numbers, Brent.
Yeah, Rangers 14 shots on goal, 6 of those on target, 8 for AC Port of Spain, 4 on target, 4 fouls for Rangers, 2 for AC Port of Spain. They share in the yellow cards department and in the red cards department, 1 each in the yellow, 0 in the red cards, 1 offside apiece, and of course 6 corners for Rangers, 1 for AC Port of Spain, 3 save for Rangers, 4 for AC Port of Spain, in a game where AC Port of Spain have designed their failure so far. They will have to hope that they can do better in the second half.
Yeah, in fact, it was Popcorn who sang the numbers don't lie, and he's got a very good flow. Let's take a look back at the flow of action from last weekend, though. Match week 13, Ascension Tournament. Maruga, well, they came to town against Central FC. Bottom dollars against the team just above them. And, well, turned out to be a quite entertaining clash. Early on, the first chance came to Central FC. Hague was unable to hit his mark. But Kerbal Turner had an opportunity on the other end. Then later on, Keyshawn St. Rose. He's a cold-blooded goal scorer. Showed proof of that there. And at the other end, Jarick Williams. He was able to nail it for Central FC. Put them 2-0 in ahead. Shem Clozel and company. He conspired to throw everything. Leonardo da Costa the last chance. Maruga though, what they done and dusted? Well, maybe here, because Leonardo da Costa, he's used his head quite often and quite literally, and he was able to make it 3-0. But Maruga though, they would get consolation Curvel Turner doing the business and pull them back in the contest. Maybe here to get back some more, but good goalkeeping on the opposite end, and that's all she wrote. 3-1 Central FC. Then it was the big guns, Terminix Rangers versus Real Westport. Almost dropped his coin. And it was the visitors. Yeah, no manners, because they came and they tried to get something going early. Akil Laborde missing the mark. But that's what happens when you miss, because Daniel David, he doesn't. Give Rangers a 1-0 advantage. But then they would get some help, an inside job maybe. And that's because Jesus Perez. Jesus usually saves, but Jesus, well, did quite the opposite of that. Sabotage his teammate, an own goal. They would rely on Corbin and company to try and get them back in the match. But the goalkeeper, well, he was Gibraltar pretty much. And Junior Asun, everybody tried. On the other end though, there were chances for Westport to pull ahead. Both goalkeepers up to the mark. But then you can't keep a good man down, or was that Corbin? Yeah, it's Corbin. You can't keep Corbin down. He certainly did do the ball, and he gave them the go-ahead 2-1 goal. And that was all she wrote. Unbeaten. Terminix Rangers, they continue 2-1. And then the weekend rolled on. Saturday at the Arima Velodrome. Beautiful city in East Trinidad. One of the few boroughs still around. And, well, Deportivo Point Fortin were under all sorts of assault from Central Soccer World. And Rivers and company, well, they were tossing bombs at the other borough team, Point Fortin. And then that happened. But he missed the mark. Jordan Riley there. But he too couldn't find any luck. Marvin Phillip, that's why he's the national #1 goalkeeper. Over 100 caps, and it showed. And just as you thought that Deportivo would have fallen out of the top 4, they got a lifeline. And Nathaniel Gassier, he takes those kind of opportunities. And so 2 Point Fortin, crucial 3 points. Well, this was an important weekend for Defense Force. They were in second starting this weekend. Came up against Cunupia, who had been in a downward trajectory. And how about that for a save? It's one of the saves of the tournament. The crossbar doing most of the saving. The Army, well, they found the goal scoring difficult because Cowie has been in top form in this competition. Rion Moore, the national striker, missing the mark. And they needed to stay on the mark, Army. They needed to get 3 points to stay ahead of the chasing pack. But the goalkeepers, well, they were just miraculous on the day. Just holding on to 1 point in a draw, goalless. Police, meanwhile, they smelled blood in the water as they came up against AC Port of Spain. A win could get them ahead. And they did get an early goal from Tyrese Bailey. And they looked well on their way to leapfrogging the Defense Force. And they got first second. How about that for goalkeeping? And they would get their second eventually. Raheem Kabi finding it from the tight angle. It's 2-0. And then they made it 3. Juma Clarence, former St. Anthony's man. 3-0, they looked cruising. But AC Port of Spain, they were not going to give up in their home city. Bartholomew made it 3-1. And then the alarm bells started to ring because Che Benny, well, he Che Benny'd 3-2, but police, though, they had to fight for everything. and they would eventually hold on to second place. 3-2 for them, and they move into second. We take a break. Intermission is over. Grab your popcorn and get ready for more action. Ascension Tournament Match Week 14 here at the LaHorquetta Recreation Ground. So in case you missed it, there we go. Terminix Rangers lead by 2-1 against AC POS Spain. Welcome to the home of football. It's a Friday evening in Trinidad and Tobago, and the teams are ready to battle it out for who will move on with all of the points in this fixture. James Saunders is my name, joined by Brent Sancho, former Trinidad and Tobago World Cup international, as we get ready for a second half that will present challenges for both teams. AC POS Spain challenges to get back in the match, Terminix Rangers to pull away and make the game comfortable maybe.
Yeah, I think from a Terminix La Horquetta Rangers situation, they would of course want to dictate the tempo of the game. Certainly game management is extremely important in the second half. They're up 2-1. They're a team that's very comfortable playing in transition. Of course, in the second half, we're used to them turning up the tempo a bit, used to them, of course, playing a bit higher up the park. So expect to see that. I think from a AC POS Spain perspective, it's just really simple. They need to cut out the unforced errors, the errant passes, and the poor decision making. It's why they're in this situation right now. They've got to do a better job of that.
Well, you're missing some numbers there. That's because the card has been shuffled, no surprise there. And well, they've called for backup. I'll tell you who the backup are in just a second. Well, they need camaraderie, unity, and some divine help. AC POS Spain, they've done half the work getting back in the contest, pulling a goal back before halftime. Terminix Rangers They're an unbeaten team for a reason. And they're expecting some reinforcements. And there they are. Jamal Crichton, the regular captain, is back from injury. Joel Leslie Russell without some insurance at the back. And there's the star boy himself, Real Gill, arguably one of the best players in the competition, one of the best young players in Trinidad and Tobago, just back from international youth duty, and he has been added to the lineup. Big changes and big results for a team that carries big expectations. Malik Merez and Maurice Ford, they've got lots of work to do in the second half, both with a wealth of experience, and they would be needed to repel the expected attack from Terminix Rangers. Well, that guy doesn't have much to do many matches, but when he does, he has been quite solid. It's time for second half action. Now, Jamal Crichton has been one of the mainstays for Terminix Rangers in the opening round of matches. Had been away from duty due to injury. Together with that guy, Ike Andrews, they're both back in the lineup. And well, we've seen the impact that Ike has had so far. Can Crichton add that impact factor? And well, it's something that we haven't seen much in this competition, but we have seen in the last few games where Terminix Rangers have added extra defenders when they were ahead. Well, here's Real Gill. I can tell you many who came today would have come to see him. Daniel David. Oh, and how about that? Kadeem Corbin. Well, you'll have to wait to celebrate that because a belated whistle from an official who I tell you is quite unpopular at the moment because that man is a popular guy and he was about to turn and celebrate.
Well, it's a good ball by Daniel. Slight deflection there, but Corbin was in an advanced position. Good call by the linesman. Eventually call that one off.
I would like to be the linesman closest to the crowd for an offside decision against Corbin. But just in case you're wondering who came off, Caleb Sturge, he would have been replaced at the back for Leslie Russell. Josiah Edwards, the opening goal scorer, replaced by Real Gill. And Emmanuel Thomas, replaced by the captain, Jamal Crichton. I can tell you they're not friends at the moment. Well, here's Muckett.
Oh, what?
Yes.
It wasn't far. It wasn't far at all. There's a lot of power on it. I did wonder about the direction of it, but for a minute there, it looked like it was about to dip. We talked about, of course, his ability from dead ball situations. And what about this for a strike? Good strike, laces on the ball. It was always rising though, but it was a point that looked like it was about to dip. I was looking at the reaction, James, of St. Hilaire. He didn't seem bothered, but I was for him.
That's just the natural default position of goalkeepers these days. I always tell you they had it under control.
Until they don't.
Oh, that's a good turn. Bartholomew, Unangaron. And, well, it was fancy. Less effective, though. Corbin, he wants revenge, and Spastic Guerra was well cut off.
You know, we talk a lot about his goal scoring ability. Now that man there in your picture works extremely hard defensively for his team. shuts players down, always trying to pick a pass off. I think that has been really why he's been such a threat for Rangers.
Well, he's not known for his shooting prowess, and we know why. Johannes Richardson. Oh look, they've gotten the ball back. Look to go out of the stadium earlier.
Well, I'm looking at the three supporters there at the off the field. I just have a feeling that they've gotten a bit closer than when they originally started this. They seem to have started by the stage, and as the game has gone on, the three young ladies there off the field they've done a good job of inching closer.
Watching in 3D?
Watching in 3D. I'm quite sure by the time that the game gets about the 70th minute mark, they might be on the pitch, James. I don't blame them, they're enjoying themselves.
Yeah, they're here to have fun every Friday, aren't they?
Look at them.
Musketeers.
Yeah, they're well into it. I'm telling you, James, they started off at the stage and they have advanced their seating position as time has gone on. That's how enthralling this competition has been. Well entertained with their snack, their beverages and everything. Must be season ticket holders.
High definition stuff. Oh, can they find a way through? AC POS Spain. Started a bit more solid than they did the first half. After just about 1 minute and 5 seconds, a white shield was celebrating against them. Not this time.
I had a chat this week with the Terminix La Horquetta Rangers as we see a change about to be made.
Yeah, it's Nikhil Stevens who will come in and he will replace the captain Anthony Charles. So about that chat.
And the coaching staff was saying that they use a lot of technology, Terminix La Horquetta Rangers coaching staff, to educate and of course to get the fluidity that we see in their performances.
Well, here's one that has learned well, Real Gill. Whoa! And Jadal Boone Lewis. Somehow he managed to keep it out. Yeah, he's a star, isn't he, Real Gill?
Certainly a star in the making, Real Gill. He's really taken to this top player.
But he tried to get a chance in there. Jamal Crichton just took his man out. Morez. But lots of technology has been used there.
Yeah, and the conversation was based around the reason why they've been so fluid, so consistent in their performance is that they show the team a lot of video of the games that they've played, video of the training. So they use that as a teaching mechanism to get the shape, to get the organization. And it's what is needed in modern day football. I'm not sure how many other teams in the competition use that sort of technology, but it's one of the reasons why they're so well organized. When you look at this Terminix La Horquetta Rangers team, every single player within the structure has a very good understanding as to what they need to do. As we take to, of course, this opportunity by Gill, put it across the box. Eventually a foul there by the captain, Brighton. But it has been a hallmark of what we see from Rangers. Consistency and fluidity. And you'd have to say that their use of technology is a big boost as to why we see that week in, week out.
Well, they've got a oxygen chamber as well. I've never been in one of those. They've got one of them.
I don't think Fed Match Football terms it as an oxygen. You mean the cooler?
Yeah, we've got lots of those. Neptune. Thomas. Marquette! Oh,
finish.
That was a chance they needed. And Kyle Bartholomew couldn't find the target in the end. Was that the moment, Brent?
It's a moment, a big one at that. And it was really designed by a bit of craftiness by Muckett. And it's the reason why he's so highly touted. Look at this forbidden disguise. Bartholomew's got to hit the target there. It's a great bit of football by Muckett. Clever in his deception. Eventually finding Bartholomew. And he skied over the bar. Big chance.
Oh, here's Muckett again. Bartholomew.
That's good defending.
Is there more from Port of Spain? Away by Guerra. And Ike Manjus is off to the races.
This is where they're dangerous.
He's got Merez who cuts it off well.
That's well defended.
Well, he's easily been the best defender for the team in yellow. Malik Merez. It's a good turn, by the way, from Neptune. And there's a man down and play continues. And Sedale McLean has found the roads of Joel Leslie Russell. And, well, Johannes Richardson has gone down and he...
Looks like a muscular injury.
Yeah, looks in a spot of bother, doesn't he?
It's all in that tender spot.
No injuries there. They're in the business of healing angels.
Well, at 2-1, James, a goal by AC Port of Spain would certainly make this contest very interesting. And they started to turn and look, I told you, James, they're moving up. They're getting closer.
Yeah, they're playing musical chairs at the moment.
Musical chairs, they're advancing closer. I tell you what, if Rangers score, they're going to end up on the field. There's no doubt about that.
That'll be the best moment of the match, or Sports Max app moment. Here's Sedale McLean in a good area. And, well, a good catch from the 23-year-old Jabari Sinclair. It's called up to the Trinidad and Tobago squad for the last few Nation League encounters. Neptune, they're finding more space now. Muckett. Well cut out by Gill. And Sinclair, call him Superman. He flies. That's the reason you was called up Brent Sancho.
Right on cue. It's good work here by McLean. Cutting inside and finding a full stretch of St. Hilaire. They're starting to ask questions, AC Port of Spain.
Can they get an answer?
He's got to head down there. He made the height, James. He's got to head down.
Well, to be fair to him, his specialty is defending. Marez. And here's an attacker. Just back from international under 20 duty. Kyle Thomas. So they've brought in an attacker to replace the defender Johannes Richardson. Can you guess the intention?
Well, they have to push back. Territorially, AC Port of Spain is starting to pick up some real estate. They encamped, of course, in the half of... That's late. That's very late.
All the late addition with the late tackle. Cyril McLean. Now I'm looking at the shape, Kyle Thomas. Has he been asked to play as a wing back?
Well, essentially he is deployed in that position. As we take another look at this late challenge here by Thomas.
Looks like you, Brent Sancho. Unangaron, this is a good one.
Sloppy.
Still alive. Oh, that's a good turn though. And no! Oh, that's great defending. And Jamal Crichton helping out. Well, they're knocking.
Well, they're knocking, but what a defensive clearance there by Crichton.
Certainly been called into action.
When I'm looking at his position where he was, and I'm trying to figure out, how did he get there?
Well, I'm not going to get any joy from that.
Look at this for defensive clearance. Ball comes into the box originally. Misses that opportunity. Shimmies and gets it back into the box. Look at Crichton. That's top class defending.
Possible that moment as well.
Because to me it was obviously preventing. This is going to be a goal.
It is. And wow.
How remarkable is that, James?
He just called his name. Must be the boogeyman.
Well, he defended in one half resolutely. And of course, he was prompt in the other half. It's a good ball in the box by Gill. You have to suggest that's poor defending all the way around. Goalkeeper, of course, not sure if he's needed. And advancing out of his line and out of his box. If you're coming out, you got to make the play. And he didn't. Coupled with the fact, of course, with one player, one white shirt around 3 yellow jerseys, and no one can put a name to that player. And Crichton, that's superhero stuff, James. Defending on one end and scoring on the other.
Yeah, that's the stuff that gets you mentioned in the highlights. And it's the kind of stuff that can knock the wind out of a team who are looking to build momentum, as AC Port of Spain were. It's kept it alive, Thomas, but Ross Jr. is there to help out.
You'd have to say that's another unforced error by AC Port of Spain.
Been having lots of those. Mocket. Can we get some of his magic? Well defended.
He's got to win this.
In it to win it. More changes. And it's the 20-year-old Attica Ash who is set to come in. Highly rated by the coach Dave Quamina. And he replaces the league leading scorer Tula Guerra. Punangaron. Can he make an impact? Neptune. Neptune's pass is deflected to Gill. Sadale McLean has been quiet for much of this game. Oh, that's good. Very good from Mockett. Spunangaron. Quite a mobile player. A man who played for Banfield in Argentina, Punangaron. Yes, Neptune now has a look. It's until there. Wow. He has a look of confidence as he pulls on.
I mean, this didn't generate the power that was necessary to beat St. Hilaire. It's a good idea. Just really needed that power to get past him, especially on this slippery surface. And this is where I have my issue. You look at where their midfielders are picking the ball up, James. They need to be 5 to 10 yards higher up the pitch. They're picking it up in their own half, and it's not really impacting the game. Need to be higher.
Nickel Stevens, the substitute. And it's fouled. Well, it's gone against him though. It's Crichton. Andrews, Ross Jr. finding space to charge forward. He's gone past everybody. And just behind Kadeem Corbin. Did everything right, but the execution was wrong in the end. Look out! Wow, gotta use your rear view mirrors, son. So Jabari Raphael is the new man added, and he replaces Kyle Bartholomew. Oh, there's Ross Jr. He's been warmed up, sends Real Gill on a journey. The old give and go. Gill's pass is deflected, and wow, in the end a bit of desperation, but the job was done. It's a corner. One up, but they're sending numbers forward. Terminix Rangers as Kyle Thomas lines it up. It's kept alive. Ross Jr. looking for room, and easy in the end for Poon Lewis. He just enjoys getting forward, doesn't he, Ross Jr.?
And he can, because he has the support behind him when he does go forward.
I don't think his his abilities have really been appreciated at the international level, Ross Jr. Offensive abilities, that is.
Well, he has to, for him to be able to pile forward the way he does, it's not suggested by any stretch that he doesn't do it with a thought behind it. That's a terrific shot there.
Wow.
There is a lot of thought behind what he does, and the reason why there is because there's the support defensively if it doesn't work off.
So here he goes, yet again. Going past one, and he's going. Is he the gingerbread man? Is that a foul? CJ O'Brien doesn't believe so. What a run. Well, he's winded, and I'll tell you what, his coach is disappointed at the moment.
Well, it was never a foul. It was just a well-timed interception by that man there, Perez. He may not agree with me.
If you look at the word unhappy in the dictionary, you're going to see his picture. Too much power, maybe not enough thought as well.
Yeah, certainly not enough thought. Should have turned, had enough room.
Now, Brent, I want to take you back up on a point that you made earlier about Ross Jr. and his attributes not really being appreciated because, you know, perhaps the setup. You think that's something that affects a lot of offensive players in Trinidad and Tobago?
Yeah, I would suggest that, and we've in recent times nationally have donned a more defensive look when we're playing international games, and so our offensive players are certainly players that play a bit further back in the field, like your Russ Russell Juniors, like your Akeem Andrews, and other players of that ilk, are not really appreciated. We have really one major offensive outlet, and that's Levi Garcia. Outside of that, when you look for craft, when you look for guile, it comes from very few sources outside of that. And a lot of what we do on the international level seems to be more in a defensive posture. So you're right. Russ Russell Jr.'s attributes may not come into call.
Well, here's Akeem Andrews. He's been at every level of football in Trinidad and Tobago. Real Gill wins a corner. He looks so comfortable every single time, Gill. Oh, she looks comfortable at that height as well.
Is that the VIP suites that you were talking about, James? The all-inclusive section.
Yeah, it's a good equation as well. Lucky boy. Well, again, Crichton tries a sliding shot. He part the White Sea. Not on that occasion. Corbin. It's good strength from Punangaron. Neptune, he's been one of the better AC Port of Spain players. Stevens. Finding some rhythm. Oh, that's good from Mocket. Oh, just broke down in the final scene of the move. Oh, here's Gill. Yeah, crowd, they're loving it. Why not? Proved a handful in the Under-20 CONCACAF Championship that's going on at the moment. Mexico found that out. Haiti found that out. Scored against Haiti. Perhaps the goal of the tournament for me.
Well, he's direct and he's purposeful. And when you meet a player with that ability, of course you add pace to that as well, and certainly quick feet. Is a handful. It's not the type of player you want to be in a 1v1 situation with.
Thank you, man, Jules. Yeah, the breadth of the crowd would have provided the right song track for that one.
I always try to take a look at the goalkeeper and his reaction when a shot like that comes in. Paul Lewis just did not he did not look comfortable at all.
Must have been the pace. Gone in. Half of 60 seconds. Yeah, that's disappointing from a man who has been one of the better players. Just over 14 minutes to play. Home team remain 3-1 ahead of AC Port of Spain. Stevens. Thomas. Spoonangaron. But we haven't seen much of Dwayne Mockett in the second half. Apart from a few flashes of brilliance. He's a lot more active in the first.
Well, they've not found him. It's just a straight case of that. He's been picking up some very interesting positions, but they just haven't found him. And again, it goes back to what I said. When you look at where the positioning for their holding midfielders are, it's a bit too deep. They're picking up positions within their own half. So instead of making a 5-yard pass, they're now asked to make a 10, 15-yard pass to find Mockett. And that's the difference, really.
Neil McLean remains down at the moment. Eastman helping to provide the treatment. Might be a good time to show Sportsmax that moment. And well, not all heroes wear capes. Dwayne Mockett. No cape needed to be a hero as he cut the deficit in the first half to pull his team back, and he gets those Sportsmax that moment. Way by Thomas. Stevens, looking for options. And Kyle Thomas does the job. Market. Can't control it, Neptune. Well, he's been given a defensive job, Kyle Thomas, and well, it's fair to say that he's done well so far. This is him receiving the ball now. Played in midfield for the Trinidad and Tobago under-20 team, and perhaps as one of the goals of the tournament here in the Ascension League. And he's playing as a defender at the moment. Gustavo, that's a good turn. Here comes Market. They're opening them up now. And maybe here, chance for a shot. All defended.
It was number one, really. The minute he turned in there, James, the shot wasn't on. It really needed maybe a bit of distribution as we see AC Port of Spain going to the bench.
Giovanni Warner replaces Malik Mirage. And Shaquille Edwards comes in. Must be an injured Mirage. He's been one of the better players for them, and he's been replaced.
Well, it looks like they've may have changed tactically as well. Because I'm looking at Perez on the bench, and he's not going for that ice bag. So it may not be an injury, but certainly a positional switch. Looking at Thomas and Ford now partnering. But you're right, Perez has been one of the most solid contributors. Of course, now the inclusion of that young man there.
Young Warner, Giovanni Warner.
Bags of potential. It's a big step up for him.
This is an important player for AC Port of Spain as well. Shaquille Edwards is the other player who's come in to replace Mirez. It's a big fella. That's not the most friendly challenge. Here's Kyle Thomas to Gill. They're combining well. Thomas. And Eastman has to deal with it. And Gill forces the corner. Well, they combine as well as a rum and coke. Real Gill and Kyle Thomas know each other quite well. Skill. Andrews. What a save, and might have thumped it in his own net. I'm not sure who got the final touch. Jamal Crichton is celebrating, but the final touch may have come off of Dwayne Market. We'll need to see it again. Doesn't matter though, they're 4-1 down.
Well, again, another unforced error. Poor clearance there by Thomas. And then another poor attempt. Looked like Mockett's clearance ricocheted off, of course, of that man there, Crichton. He certainly impacted the second half of this game since he's come on. And you'd have to say that might be a situation that has gone completely out of control for AC Port of Spain. Here's that man again, Crichton cutting out a through ball. And in a team where there's so much ability within them, and you have someone of this man's capabilities within your squad. Well needed.
I tell you what though, right? I've often thought, personal opinion of course, but Crichton is a unappreciated link in the Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. We didn't miss him when he was injured. He's not the type of player that's flashy, but he does his job and he does it well.
Well, he does his job very well. And you turn your minds to someone like a Claude Makalele in a Real Madrid team. Or dare I say Fred in Manchester United. But I think,
oh boy,
I may be opening a can of worms that you probably don't want to delve into.
Once you don't see Harry Maguire.
I'm not sure if he would have gotten a game here.
Yeah. Can't make it in front of Jesus Perez and Joel Leslie Russell. Manchester United, they making moves in the market. New coach Eric Ten Hag. Lots of repair needed for the Red Devils.
I think they would have to probably need the entire transfer window period to repair that team.
It's a big repair job. I need my local straightener, Emerson's Auto World. He's a good repair guy. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago's most famous player, Dwight York, who is currently on the island, did play for Manchester United. Was the Premier League's top foreign scorer until one Sergio Kun Aguero leapfrogged past him. Certainly a proud son of the soil, Dwight York. Well, he can have a rest now. Keyshawn Cicheran, another player of a national pedigree, is injured at the moment, so on the sidelines. Corbin doesn't stop running. And maybe scoring, but not this time.
I think if it was one man you felt would have hit the target there, would have been that man. Did everything correct. Get it inside of his defenders, but just couldn't place it on target.
Did have a goal disallowed earlier on, Corbin.
Just had his defenders backing away from the goal, and I think once he opened that spot or lane to shoot the ball, it was really a pass into the goal was needed, James, and not the full laces of the boot.
Andrews, oh, that's good. Corbin deflected, tried to find David, and showed he had some good footwork as well there. So many good moments for Rangers. They got 4 goals. Who's your man of the match?
I think there's easily some candidates. Of course, Ross Russell Jr. has to be one of them. Kadeem Corbin is always in the conversation. But I'm intrigued by the imprint that Jamal Crichton has put into this game since coming off the bench.
It's David.
He's really changed his game, and in a team where there's a lot of flash, there's a lot of skill, he's come on and brought his tenacity to the game and really changed it. He showed up the middle of the park, but he's also bumped forward, and depending on who is judging, scored 2 goals.
I don't even think Johnny Cochran could have made a better argument than that. I'm sold. Did have a very good impact on the match. Crichton, 31-year-old, back in the side. It's a good touch though, after an injury layoff. AC Port of Spain can look for more consolation.
I think when the coach looks back at this one, Walt Noriega, it's not much else he could have done from a coaching perspective, from a tactical perspective. A lot of what have done AC Port of Spain here tonight has been individual errors, unwarranted errors, and of course an array of poor decision making. And that's why they're 4 goals to 1 down. Certainly Rangers have not been, performance-wise, 3 goals better than AC Port of Spain. But when you calculate the amount of self-inflicted moments, you would suggest, of course, Rangers have won this game comfortably.
Well, here's a chance. Gone past the 90, by the way. 3 minutes of time added into borrowed time. That's unnecessary giveaway. Like, man, Juice can make them pay. That's a spanner right through the legs of a man. And but he did the flashy stuff well, but the simple one just couldn't hit the mark. They have an opportunity inside the final minute of the added time. Free kick given away by that man, Cam Thomas. Gets a yellow card for his shovel.
Is it safe to say, James, that Terminix La Horquetta Rangers will be Ascension Tournament champions this year?
Well, I don't think anybody would bet against that. Move to 8 points ahead of Police with this win. Pressure will be on the Lawmen, who will come into action against Central FC on Sunday. Oh,
that's poor defending.
It's gone in, and but as consolation goal, that's one of the better ones of them. Nickel Stevens, a substitute. Where did he pull that from?
Well, I think it's one of the reasons why you've hesitated to suggest that they've gone away with this tournament so far, because of moments of lapse like this one. That's just really poor defending. 2 players free back of the goal. Look at that, 2 yellow shirts unmarked in the back of the goal, the easiest of headers. As much as we, of course, tout the chances of Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, they do have moments of lapses. And here's some difficult fixtures coming up. Police, Defense Force, to name a few. Deportivo. That's 9 points there.
protesting against the decision. I'm not sure Jamil Neptune will disagree. Last moment of the match. Maybe something to remember. Oh, not this time. Well, that is all she wrote, and it's a tale that will have one hero, and that's the team in white, Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. A comprehensive performance from them. For AC Port of Spain, a match that when they look back, they will feel disappointed by the errors, self-inflicted, but one well-deserved for the only unbeaten team in the competition. Terminix Rangers, they continue their dominance as they take away a 4-2 advantage over AC Port of Spain. Let's roll the tape, see how they did it. 6 goals scored under a beautiful night sky here in La Horquetta. And as early as the first minute, Josiah Edwards was able to pin the donkey steal. Manuel Thomas getting the knockdown, the shortest man in the field. And Josiah Edwards, no shortage of excitement as he put that into the back of the net. And that was 1-0 to the league leaders. Then later, he contributed this cross, would be kept alive by Corbin at Guerra's header, straight into the hands of Poon Lewis, and Edwards again. And this time Corbin, shot can't be held, or held rather, and Atula Guerra. He's a league leading goal scorer for a reason. Goal number 11 for him. 2-0 to Terminix Rangers. Jamil Neptune, Punangaran, and Mocket combined well in this instant. Just couldn't find the target. And then Edwards, his shot deflected. He's kept alive by Guerra. He thought he might have pinned the donkey's tail. Just missed his mark. Corbin. But later sent Ike Manjus through. But even he can take advantage of it. And Russell, perhaps the best chance of the lot. And the best looking attempt, but not hitting the mark. But this man did. Dwayne Mocket, deflected free kick, found the net, and it would give them some hope going into the half, cutting the deficit to 2-1. And in the second half, Mocket would come again, this time not really finding the accuracy, and then Bartholomew the chance to equalize, didn't take it. Cedale McLean forced into there into some saves, then Real Gill came in, and Jamal Crichton would get his head on the service, and they pulled away by 3-1 at that stage. McLean at the other end kept Cintele honest. And Ike Manjus, well, he kept Poon Lewis honest. And Jamal Crichton, Mocket's clearance deflecting off of him. And he would get his second goal of the match. And that made it 4-1 in favor of Terminix Rangers. And then at the death, they went to sleep. And that's what happens when you fall asleep. The burglar comes in at the back door, Nikhil Stevens getting the final touch. And 4-2 would finish in favor of Terminix Rangers. Well, the numbers will paint the picture of the match, and 23 shots to 17. 12 of those on target for Terminix Rangers. AC Port of Spain did get some shots on target, 9 in fact. Fouls, well, pretty even after that. And then when we look down in the saves category, both goalkeepers were called into action. However, one goalkeeper was beaten 4 times, and that was the AC Port of Spain goalkeeper. But Brent Sancho, by the way, he's standing by with our man of the match, and he is the captain, Jamal Crichton.
Well, I'm joined here by man of the match, Jamal Crichton. Of course, your first game back from long-term injury. Talk us about your rehab and getting yourself prepared for this fixture.
Well, firstly, let me say it was a really stressful feeling, you know, being out of the game for 3 games. And I'm really grateful to be back out here. I mean, it was really tough. Me and Physio was doing a lot of work, and I'm thankful for coming back out here.
Well, of course, a tough fixture here tonight in difficult conditions. You came on in the second 45 minutes and impacted the game with your performance. Talk us through your performance and what you're able to contribute here for your team's victory tonight.
Well, I was a bit isolated when I was doing a little recap from my performances. And tonight I decided, I need to show them who Jamal Crichton was last season. So I came back out here tonight to give my best, and I'm really grateful to God for giving me the opportunity tonight to score my chances.
Well, of course, as you guys inch closer to the championship, not many games left. Is there a feeling that you're getting to the promised land?
No, we just taking it one game at a time, to be honest. Everybody, all the players working really hard towards their goal. The initial goal is obviously to win the title, and the other youths on the team to get opportunities out there, because that's what Rangers is about.
Well, of course, Jamal Crichton, you are our man of the match. Congratulations on your performance here tonight, and all the best for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamal Crichton. Of course, today's man of the match, certainly a performer that brings something different to the table, and that was on a show here tonight. I'm now joined by Jefferson George, of course, coach of AC POS Spain, and one of the coaches at AC POS Spain. Disappointing result here tonight. Tell us what was the difference and why you were at the other end of the scoreline.
Yeah, certainly. Always provide some fantastic games. The first game that we played was much closer. Tonight, boys really struggled. We had a game last Sunday, and I think we tried to manage them this week, but the legs give up a bit.
Well, as we looked at the result, 4-1, of course, as you said, rightfully a disappointing result. What do you think it went wrong, particularly for AC POS Spain?
We conceded early, and that always puts you back on the back foot, right? Field being very heavy. The guys, I thought they gave good effort, right? They tried to maintain the structure, and but conceding those goals early put us really on the back foot, and from there we were trying to play catch up.
Well, of course, Jefferson George, not the result you wanted here tonight, but still a gutsy performance by AC POS Spain. All the best to you and your charges in the remainder of the fixtures in the Ascension Tournament. No
Appreciate
problem.
it.
Of course, Jefferson George giving his thoughts on tonight's performance. Disappointing one for them, 4-1 at the end, but as mentioned, a gutsy one for him. I'm now joined by the winning coach, Dave Kwamina. I think, of course, Dave, getting used to this position now, talking about the team's good performance and winning a football game. How do you feel about tonight's performance?
I think it was a hard-fought. I think it was a hard-fought game. AC is a very good team. I think they gave us a hard run the first rounds, and also the scoreline though really matter. I think we got the win most important, but AC gave us a hard win, and they are a very good team. I think they got 2 scalps so far, and the bigger teams in the competition, so we have to take them very serious. They are a very good team. I think the coaching staff doing an excellent job, and we'll see where it go with their journey and ours. But for now, we're looking good so far.
Well, of course, 3 changes at the half brought into the team. What was the thought process behind those changes?
I think conditions. If you look at the conditions, it was wet. The ground was slushy. We had a hard 2 weeks with the weather. I think most of the teams couldn't train properly, and this is one of the better grounds in the country. And you see what's going on with the ground. It was real heavy tonight, and we had to save legs. We had to make our changes very smart, which we did, and we came out victorious.
Thanks, Dave, for your thoughts after today's game, and of course, all the best to you and your charges for the rest of the season.
I can say one more thing. I just want to say big ups to Mr. Caleb for making the World Cup. I think I never tell him big up. I think he's doing a good job. I wish him well on his journey.
Thank you very much, Dave Kwamina, coach, of course, of Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. And of course, I know James have found someone that he is going to have a conversation with, a special someone.
Yeah, I tell you what, the good news is that
Trinidad and Tobago will be heading to the World Cup. Don't get excited just yet. We didn't qualify, but we had one official that did. Mr. Caleb Wales, you're going to be heading to the World Cup. That's a great feeling. How do you feel?
I feel excited. It's a big opportunity to represent Trinidad and Tobago, and not just Trinidad and Tobago, but my family, my friends, and the whole Caribbean community.
What's the feeling like right now? Is there any nerves, excitement? What are you feeling?
At first there was nerves, but I know there's a lot of work to be done. So from now till World Cup is just preparation, a lot of physical training, mental training, and preparation.
What is that preparation What is that gonna look like?
Oh, it's gonna be hard work, a lot of training, a lot of watching clips and drills, and liaising with mentors and stuff to improve my game before the World Cup.
Where were you? How did you find out the news, and what was your reaction when you found out that you had been selected to represent Trinidad and Tobago?
I found out the news at home. I was overwhelmed with joy, excitement, and it's a lifelong dream to referee in a World Cup. So I'm just overall excited and happy to be selected.
Well, I'm going to be sitting in front of my screen wearing my Trinidad and Tobago shirt, looking at you. Congratulations, and make us proud.
Sure, we'll do my best.
Thank you very much. So, of course, that was Caleb Wales. He will be representing Trinidad and Tobago at the World Cup, and he certainly have delighted the local fans in the Ascension Tournament. Well, speaking of delighting local fans, I'm standing by with perhaps a man who does it week in, week out, and last week in week 13, he was our Campari player of the tournament. Every week, he just seems to get into the action, and no introduction needed. Kadeem Corbin, he scores from any angle, anywhere. He's the second highest goal scorer in the competition, 9 goals. And he gets $500 and a big check that I hope that he isn't going to spend in one place, because Kadeem Corbin is our Campari man of the match. $500, Kadeem. Just one quick word. How do you feel, though?
I feel good.
Congratulations, man. So Kadeem Corbin will take our Campari player of the match, and Brent Sancho is our Campari commentator of the match. We witnessed a fantastic game. Give us some closing words just before we head out.
Yeah, it was a terrific game of football played here on a difficult situation. Of course, a very heavy pitch. But again, Rangers marches on. We talked about the fluidity. We talked about the consistency with Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. Despite the change in personnel at halftime before the game, different starting lineup, they've seemed to be marching on. There's the consistency. I've seen them go to the top of the table, and it's going to take a lot of stopping to stop this Terminix La Horquetta Rangers team.
Well, they've got the home fans celebrating, and they're going to be celebrating even more even after we close this broadcast. We've got lots of matches taking place this weekend. Don't forget, on Saturday at the Arima Velodrome, Deportivo Point Fortin, in 4th place. They come up against bottom place Moruga Football Club. That's at the Arima Velodrome. And then Defence Force, they've got some work to do to catch up. They take on Real Westfort. That's also at the Arima Velodrome. And then on Sunday, we have our macaroni pie and callaloo, and we head to the police barracks, where police will take on Central FC, and that will wrap up the weekend for Ascension Football Tournament. Festive atmosphere here in LaHorquetta as we bring you to a close. Kalanji, I think he's the artist tonight, and the party is about to begin. Terminix La Horquetta Rangers taking a 4-2 win over AC Port of Spain as they remain unbeaten in the competition. On behalf of the entire team here at Sportsmax, myself,